Hello Sheila, welcome on in. It's going not too badly. How about yourself? The game crashed, so the stream ended. So I had to start a new stream and make it the next part and change the name of the stream as well. Welcome to streaming from a PlayStation 5. Whenever you stream from a PlayStation 5 and your game crashes, your stream stops. Something that Xbox fixed years ago for their system. Okay, so for the sake of anyone watching this stream as a VOD, I don't have my usual start to the stream because the last stream ended abruptly. So the stream title for this part is named The Vampire Jonathan. There's no movie called The Vampire Lestat, but there is a vampire novel called The Vampire Lestat, and so instead of calling it The Vampire Lestat, I've called it The Vampire Jonathan, because this dude's name is Jonathan, and he's a vampire. Welcome back, Mr. Goethe. Ishimura, wonder what happening with Xbox. Rumors saying they're dropping out of the console market and they're putting all their exclusives on PlayStation. Not sure, to be honest. I haven't really looked into it much. But hey,
despicable.
It's happened before. Sega used to make consoles and they don't anymore. Sheila, it's so sad that a PlayStation stream crashes when the game crashes. Xbox has a better solution for this. Exactly. All that happens is the broadcast goes to an idle screen. And so all you need to do is just load the game back up, and then the stream will resume once it recognizes that the game has come back. It used to be a thing on Xbox, but that was back in like 2015 and 16.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
It's locked.
Oh, a vampire cannot go past a wooden door that has climbable parts on it. Who knew that a vampire's weakness was also not being able to climb things and burst through doors?
It's locked, all right.
Steady, boys. We've got one of them.
It's done for him!
There's an open window on the second floor. I should be able to get in through that.
Suicide note. I can't stand the pain anymore. It's like my entire body is breaking apart since that bitch infected me. For days now she keeps hiding in her room, giving orders through little written notes, and only rehearsing at night. I witnessed one of her so-called rehearsals. She walks on stage, angry and hateful, spitting and whining about her fading beauty. The bitch is infected, rotten to the core, and she plans to infect everyone in this place, and then everyone in London. Her next play is not before December, and at this time, all the theatre's employees will be her obedient minions, forced to serve her evil machinations. I'm sure she's found a way to corrupt our food or the water, since we all started to get ill and change after the meal she arranged for us last Monday. I want whoever finds this note to know that I only killed myself to escape the living hell that this place has become. May God have mercy on me and my immortal soul, since I refuse to be an accomplice to this devilry.
Woe to you, nations of hypocrites. For in front of you stands the tall queen. You can but lower your head, fit only to smirk at her soiled feet. Will they adore me again when they share my fate? For I have been raised through hate. But I offer only love.
Can that be Doris Fletcher's voice? Where does it come from?
Old Doris Fletcher's diary, London, 17th of August, 1918. I saw her in the flesh, the witch from my childhood nightmares, the bitch that tortured me for years. I saw her and I shivered. Her voice, her face, I knew she was in that hospital. I knew she was sick, and I wanted to witness her suffering. I may have reinvented myself, become a famous actress, erased those wicked years from my memory. I can't forget I'm her daughter. When I saw her frail body in that small bed, suffering, sick, defeated, I had to hide my tears, for she was looking at me. She recognized me, she saw the hate in my eyes, and she smiled. My pale corpse of a mother, and the worst thing was I felt no satisfaction seeing her in so much pain. The worst was not to suddenly remember the beatings and the abuses, no. The worst was to recognize the hate I felt in my heart when she looked at me, for it was the same hate I saw in hers, for in the end I can't escape being her daughter. We are the same, my mother and I.
Fit only to smirk at her soiled feet. When they share my fate. For I have been raised through hate. But I offer only love.
This is despicable. It's locked. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Who are you? You who dared enter my realm. Are you here to worship or mock me?
I'm here to put an end to the vampire epidemic, Miss Fletcher.
Ah. But Doris Fletcher is no more. She was consumed by this putrid flesh that now enshrouds her.
You feel anger for what happened to you, but I can help you. I'm a doctor, Miss Fletcher.
Doris Fletcher is no more. All that remains are the dreams of the queen she was, and the queen she'll be. Until then, all shall die, for that was her final wish. My blade, hear and obey, for your queen commands you. And ha! Your hand is shaking. Ah! guard. Touché. I smell your fear. Your hand is shaking. Touché, sir. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she-wolf once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? Woe unto thee, son of... I smell your fear. Arise and save your queen, my
You killed my father, prepare to die.
This is despicable.
Casper, 6 levels higher. I hope you have a plan. Keep going until I defeat them. If it takes 5 hours, so be it.
Woe unto thee, son of fuck! I smack. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she-wolf once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? My blade shall pierce your villainous heart. Arise and save your queen, my slaves. Come to me, my servants. Avenge me. You killed my father. My beloved, die for the love of
Thank you, Honey Lil, for leaving the lurk.
Be mine. Your blood will be mine! Hear and obey for your... Woe unto thee! Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she whose beauty was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? Your hand is shaking. Come to me, my servants. Avenge me. Arise and save your queen, my slaves. My children, my beloved. You killed my... Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she whose beauty was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? On guard! My blade shall pierce, I summon thee, my children of the night. Bite, maim, spit, kill! Arise and save your queen, my... Your blood will... Your hand is shaking. Behold, Kinslayer, the disgrace of she whose beauty was once renowned. Will she be the queen again once they all share her fate? Arise and save your... Ha! Ah! You killed my father! Come to me, my servants! Avenge me! Woe unto thee, son of Babylon! Wait. I beg you, wait.
What?
I don't want to die.
And I did not come to kill you, Miss Fletcher.
Will you spare me then? Save this cadaverous carcass of mine. Does your heart beat a little faster now? You fancy me then, Doctor?
No, Miss Fletcher. My dead heart will beat for only one.
Ah! Is she pretty? Is she sweet and tender?
To me, yes.
Ah! I hate her already.
I know. And this is partly why you must be destroyed.
But you just said...
That I did not come here to kill you, yes. But I realize now the threat you embody must be stopped.
Will I be remembered? Will you?
You were Doris Fletcher, the greatest actress of her generation. No one can take that from you.
Thank you. And farewell. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Farewell, Doris.
Bravo! So dramatic. I love it.
McCullum!
How strange I seem to find you whenever I'm inquiring about that skull infestation.
I mean you no harm.
I'm not here for you. But once I put all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm sure we'll have a little chat, you and me.
Stay away from me, McCullum. You and all your war dogs.
That I can't guarantee, Dr. Reid. But I'll let you go. For now.
I should probably leave the theater right now.
Yeah, Casper, that arm, she has the G virus. Hey Stan, welcome on in. How's things?
I cannot enter. The West End should be safe now. But London is not. It would be wise to benefit from the Ascalon's protection while I continue my research during the Great Hunt.
New Doris Fletcher's Diary, London, 24th of October 1918. Soon I'll be on the stage again, for my rehearsals are almost over. My minions are gathered around me, ready to follow my every command. Soon my audience will return, ready to applaud my art. The young, the gorgeous, my healthy audience, they'll return to their families, their beautiful houses, and happy lives, delighted by my performance, shocked by my disguise, touched by my grace, my infectious legacy. They'll spread the disease one by one, and they'll turn, and I'll be their beloved queen again, and they'll never forget me, and I shall have my revenge on the dirty trick fate played on me.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now. So Doris just needed to be close to her audience to infect them. Contagion through skin. Very disturbing. Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid.
Goodbye, Charlotte.
She's been quite busy.
Waiting for you to let your guard down.
Good evening.
I won't.
You need...
Like to live an order.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tell me, Tadao, why was your abductor so interested in your passion for astronomy?
I dunno. We met a few times at the Royal Greenwich Observatory. He seemed to share my hobby. Then he invited me to his house and locked me in.
Yes. Astronomy is a fascinating subject. When I was a child, my mother bought a small telescope for my sister and I. We spent many a pleasant evening stargazing.
Stars are not just dots in the sky, Doctor. They are the key to our understanding of the cosmos. They remind us how insignificant we are.
You're right. But children love magic and stories. I remember our mother told us constellations have the power to protect us.
Protection by the light of the stars. That's sweet. You remember the name of these constellations?
Cygnus. The constellation that was supposed to protect Mary.
Memory's a strange thing. I can recite without hesitation the names of the 88 constellations. Yet I barely remember my own childhood.
Did he fake his interest in astronomy to get close to you?
No. In his madness, he spoke about a blood sacrifice to be made to his master when the stars aligned to a specific configuration.
Goodbye, Mr. Kimura.
We've got one of them here! Oh my god!
Hey there, Chris. How's things going? Rosie, would you guys make good vampires? Not too sure, to be honest. Because it would depend on what the actual weaknesses and strengths would be. As opposed to, you know, fictional versions.
Over there!
Chris, nothing much, getting ready for school. Well, that's fair enough, Chris. I hope things have been going good. Hey, Lewis. Where's this game from? Well, don't know what the name of the publisher or developer is. Don't Nod or something was involved with it. Because the name sounds Danish. Yeah, the different pronunciation or different spelling of the word vampire in the game's title. I'm not sure of the origin. I mean, I'd seen it stylized as Vampyr way before this game even existed. But I can't remember what the origin of the word is.
There's safer places to be than here.
Rosie, well, supposing the rules in this one that you can't open locked gates. Well, the vampires in this one don't seem to have a addiction. Well, they don't seem to have this desire to have blood, as in it's uncontrollable. Like, they can control themselves and pick and choose when they feed and all that kind of stuff. But then again, I guess it depends on what kind of temperament you have anyway. Like, if you were an asshole in real life and you became a vampire, then you might go around killing everyone you saw. But I don't know, I think the thing would be, you know, getting used to the fact that the people that you know, if they don't know and you try to hide it from them, then your routine only coming out at night or doing things at night would be a bit suspicious. So there'd be that side to consider of stuff. But if you're someone who had no one and you became a vampire and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, you wouldn't have any worries then, because you could just live your life the way you want, only going places at night. Yeah, Chris, I saw the one they released a while ago. the reveal one. Rosie the Murderer is a bit of a deal breaker. That's true.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reid.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think I caught something in this bloody hospital.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health. Goodbye for... Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doctor.
Do you require my...
My condition cannot be understood by...
Oh, it was migraine for her.
I will... I'll...
It's safe.
Good evening, Mil...
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need any med...
I'm afraid I do.
Our job...
That's easy for...
Goodbye. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you require...
I will be...
Nurse.
I'll try.
Good...
Stan, you're alright, mate. Just want to take your shoes off really bad. How you guys doing? Well, hopefully you can and then be able to relax your feet, Stan. As for me, I'm doing good. Had a stream end because the game crashed. So this stream is actually the second stream for Wednesday. I'd done enough in the previous stream before the game crashed to warrant making this stream part 6. So a new part to the playthrough and a different title.
Do you need my...
Don't be...
Then you are...
I wish...
Thank... Good evening.
Good evening.
Is there any...
Really?
Well... Goodbye.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require...
Do you know...
Just...
Well,
Good...
I'm sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench, sir.
It's locked, all right.
I must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
It's locked, all right.
Good evening.
Do you need...
Well, and that...
Tell me the truth about your appointment as a medic during the war, Rakesh.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir, but I rose to the challenge.
Do you realize how many soldiers died because of that decision? You should have refused.
Yes, sir. I swear I did, sir. But no one listened. When the first wounded arrived, I had to do what I could.
It is an unbelievable story, Mr. Chidana.
It was a time beyond belief, Dr. Reid. But I'm happy not to deal with the wounded. I prefer caring for the dead now.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Thank you.
So many deaths. Still one coming. Sweet girl, how can we be sure we're making a difference like a book?
Good evening, Doctor.
And good evening.
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
Goodbye.
I never could keep anything from
Crumpled letter. I'm tired of your shit, Clay. What the fuck did you do? All the bloody docs are gossiping about how my husband has just got that stupid kid. How many times did I tell you to count to 20 before drawing your blade? How can we expect to do proper business and have people obey if you keep on killing everyone who dares cross you? Now rumour says some blokes from the dead's family are looking for you, and one of them even swore to kill you. Don't come home tonight. I've seen strange men patrolling the streets. There may be some commie militia or something like that sent to arrest you. Go to a safe place for a few days. Maybe go to the hospital or Whitechapel. Make yourself useful for once by checking if any business could be settled over there. When the situation is calmer, I'll send a wet boot boy so that you know to come back. Edwina.
Hey, Doc.
What can you tell me about your marriage, Clay?
Marriage is the sweetest cage, they say. Well, I found myself locked in one with a wild animal.
You mean your wife keeps you on your toes?
No, I mean, we both have claws and we both love to bite.
Am I right to assume your wife's letter pissed you off, Clay?
I was so mad, I threw away the knife she got me when we got married.
Your wife gave you a knife as a wedding present.
That knife has always been my lucky charm. If I'd had it in my hand when I got stabbed on that pier, I'd not have been wounded.
A lucky charm? I never would have taken you as the superstitious type.
We all have our flaws, Doc. Mine's to have my weapon of choice for when the really dirty business comes around.
Alright. His blood quality is 1000 XP worth now.
Killed, extorted, stole. Now I'll die. Fuck it. I'll live the way I wanted. Crumpled letter. Dear love, I finally found the missing money for the fee asked by the ambulance driver to bring you to the hospital. Don't worry about nothing now except getting better, for I took care of everything. I asked some of our neighbours, and they told me that this Mr. Hooks is something of an honest crook. He may ask for extra money in exchange for a bed, but the bed is then guaranteed. I'm sorry I refused to pay first, and I realise now that the important thing is that you get better soon. The Pembroke Hospital is a good place, I heard, despite the bad behaviour of this Milton Hooks. I promise you that everything is okay now. I'll see you in your clean bed as soon as possible. With fondest love, Nicolay.
tomorrow, more body.
Long letter, Birmingham, 27th of October. Hello sis, how are things in the big city? Here in Brom, things are not so good. It seems the flu is here again, and we have many new cases of infection in the neighbourhood. Do you remember Miss Scheller, the old drinking hag from the 3rd floor? She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. Geez, you would have had to pay me a huge amount of money to go sleep in the bed in which a woman died of the flu just a few hours ago. Sorry I did not take time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mum, Dad, and my job at the factory, I rarely find time to write to my favourite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his Auntie Pippa. You should see the little bugger, already driving me mad, and Mum says you bring back some of those marvellous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter, you told me you thought about quitting your job at the Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, Pip, you better think twice. There are always jobs at the factory, but wages are shit, and it's as boring as a day without a shag. Oh, I have a new fiancé, and no, I'm no slut, you moral bitch, you. So if you really want to quit and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join that band you told me about. The Garda Préven, or something like that. Never heard of them, but if they are, like you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good choice for you. Just be sure to let the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France, by leading too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyway, come back as soon as you can, and give me all the good news before that. I'm your affectionate sister, Lucy, Paul, Mum, and Dad.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reid.
Casper, thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression and the vampire movie quote. Okay, so I've got one. Why don't you stop all this church talk and tell us what the hell is going on? Who's after here? Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll try to explain. You know anything about the number of the beast? Revelation of St. John from his dream? 666? The number of the beast is not 666. Often in dreams, numbers appear upside down and backwards, so 666 becomes 999, like in 1999, the year of his return. What does it have to do with me? Regressus Dia Holy, the return of Satan. Does any of this look familiar to you? She's been chosen. He's in her blood. The Holy Church has been searching for you since the day you were born. Chosen for what? Every 1,000 years, on the eve of the millennium, the Dark Angel comes and takes a body, and then he walks the earth looking for a woman who will bear his child. It all has to happen in that unholy hour before midnight on New Year's Eve. If he consummates your flesh with his body, then he unlocks the gate of hell, and everything we know, it ceases to exist. So, the Prince of Darkness wants to conquer the earth, but has to wait until an hour before midnight on New Year's Eve. Is this Eastern time? It's got nothing to do with New Year's Eve. It has to do with a temporary celestial alignment. The Gregorian monks studied the heavens. They were able to calculate the precise moment of this event. They created our calendar by mapping this event and counting backwards from that moment. It was a mistake to come here. It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. He's real and he won't rest till he finds this girl. Why did he pick me? Because the stars were right when you were born. A man's body was also chosen, just like yours. If the devil does exist, why doesn't your God do anything?
It's not my God, it's our God, and he doesn't say that he will save us. He says that he will save ourselves. Save myself? What am I supposed to do? Get a restraining order? We have to have faith. Faith. Yes, faith. It's an interesting concept. If you read the Bible, you can't miss it. Faith. Between your faith and my Glock 9mm, I take my Glock. Come on, let's go. I'm afraid it takes a person of pure heart to defeat pure evil. You did your job. You brought her here to people of faith. We'll protect her. We'll hide her. You know, you live in a different world. We have some real, serious problems here, and this is not solving them. That's a bit of a long one, but that's from End of Days. How you doing, Chief? Easy. Wouldn't want our little friend here to wind up on the back of a milk carton now, would we? It's nice to finally meet you, man. Had my eye on you for years. I know all about you. Your serum, Whistler, everything. Sunblock? Hey, it's a start, right? The goal, of course, to be like you. The Daywalker. You've got the best of both worlds, don't you? All of our strengths, none of our weaknesses. Maybe I don't see it that way. Oh, so it's back to pretending we're human again? Come on, spare me the Uncle Tom routine, okay? You can't keep denying what you are, man. You think the humans will ever accept a half-breed like you? They can't. They're afraid of you, and they should be. You're an animal. You're a fucking maniac. Look at them. They're cattle, pieces of meat. What difference does it make how their world ends? Plague, war, famine. Morality doesn't even enter into it. We're just a function of natural selection, man. The new race. Looks like your mascara's running. I'm offering you a truce. I want you with us. What do you think, I'm stupid? The spirits of the 12 will awaken La Magra. You're familiar with the blood god. Frost, you're nothing to me but another dead vampire. You're an idiot, you know that? I came down here offering you an easy way out and you spit it right back in my fucking face. Careful. What do I care? They're cattle, just like you said. If you want to take the hard road, be my guest, pal. But I promise you, by the time this is over, you're going to wish they never cut you from your mother's. And that's where the scene ends. That's from The First Blade. Code, end of the world, just another Monday as usual. Exactly, Code. The world always ends every Monday. That's why we don't like Mondays that much. Casper, that's a long scene. Both of them were, yeah. You're not wrong there.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes. Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
You put a price on hope. This goes against everything you swore to uphold as a nurse.
Report me then, Dr. Reid. Report the little nurse and keep on lying about the surgical errors, the wrong dosages and diagnostics that we all covered for the sake of our colleagues.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
Rosie, this lady gonna get 8? Perhaps.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Never end.
Code a pocket snack nurse. That's right. Beware of your pockets when being healed by that person.
There's one of them! Easy does it, boys! Deal with this vermin. Murdering bossy!
Rosie, a purse nurse, if you will. That's a good way to put it, to make it rhyme.
A purse nurse. Code, a priest would probably be quite bad tasting. British one, at least. Fish, chips, garlic, and quite tangy. That garlic. It's funny actually because in this game they've made it that vampires aren't hurt or anything by garlic at all. It has no effect.
Hello, Venus.
Hello, Jonathan. Please, come in. Know that you are always welcome here. But, what do you need from...
Casper, garlic, aren't vampires allergic to that? Depends on the vampire story. You can pretty much come up with what you want. There's like traditional versions, of course, but you can pretty much do whatever you want. You can make it that vampires are allergic to lasagna, and it will kill them if they eat it, and that's their only weakness. Francis Coppola's Dracula would get some daymares from this rule set. I don't know really, like, the thing about Dracula was that he can walk in daylight, but he's very, very weak in terms of his vampire powers, but he can still wander around during the day.
Always a pleasure to see you, sir.
Lord Redgrave can play with the brave all he wants, but I won't put a foot outside until the Pre-Wen end their hunt.
Elizabeth, what are you doing here?
I've been formally asked to witness your triumph, my dear. After all, isn't it the natural role of a woman to support her man in victory?
But it's you who insisted I join the Ascalon.
Please forgive my giddiness. I'm just overcome by the thrill of finally being allowed within these hallowed halls.
You certainly have an inquisitive mind. It's quite something. Elizabeth Ashbury, only you can make me smile in these difficult times.
And the same to you, Jonathan Reid. Now go have your little chat with the chairman. I can see he's practically bursting to hear your report. We'll talk later, Jonathan.
Code Dracula plus Solarium Center equals scary movie for vampires. Well, in general. Yeah. Locking them inside that sort of like, contraption.
We repelled the intruders for now. But how long before they return? Have you heard the rumors of some horned vampire revealing himself and singing obscure songs around the city? What is this new malevolence?
Lord Redgrave is outside almost every night coordinating our defenses. Such an example.
Welcome back to the Ascalon Club, Lance-Bearer. Please, tell us the good news. Have you put an end to the epidemic?
My hypothesis was correct. Doris Fletcher was the source of the contagion in this part of town. She was probably the first to be infected.
And you cleansed her before the hunters, I've been told. Well done, Dr. Reid. You thrust your lance and pierced the very heart of the corruption.
I did my best.
The important thing is, we won a major battle for the survival of London. For that, we salute you.
Thank you, my lord.
Now, I have another task for you. One of the utmost importance. Perhaps even more so than the previous.
I'm listening.
It's time for you to perform a most sacred duty for the club. I want you to recruit a new vampire.
Recruit a new vampire? Are you sending me on some sort of diplomatic mission?
Not exactly. I want you to make Aloysius Dawson the Ekon he deserves to be.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. Now go.
How would you like me to proceed?
Aloysius is waiting for you at the Dawson estate. Once the deed is done, I'll join you there to celebrate this momentous occasion.
Before I go, I have a few questions.
All right. I'm listening.
How would you like me to proceed?
Don't worry. Aloysius has had many years to prepare himself. He has studied our kind for decades.
So shall I just let him drink my blood?
Yes. Aloysius will gratefully sup on your blood. His heart will slow, then stop. But he will rise again as one of us, an immortal.
Is there any danger?
Our blood alters a mortal body so deeply that some don't survive the metamorphosis. They die for good. But Mr. Dawson has been preparing himself for a long time.
Why Aloysius Dawson?
Because he is about to die. And he just may be the most influential man in England. After me, of course.
Does he know I'm coming?
He can't wait to become your progeny, Dr. Reid. Especially now that you have shown how strong your lineage is through your sister.
Did he choose me?
No, I did. My decision is very recent, to say the least, but it is entirely mine.
You invited Lady Ashbury. Wouldn't that be breaking one of your cardinal rules? No women allowed.
Not allowed as members, no. But considering the circumstances, I thought you'd like to have her here to witness your triumph.
So it's a temporary admittance, then?
Something of a bargain, considering the crisis we're currently facing.
Rosie, is this your maker? It's not, no.
Goodbye, Lord Redgrave.
I personally went patrolling last night in the West End, and I spotted foreign echoes.
This is an outrage. We shall check.
Are you all right, Jonathan?
Lord Redgrave has just ordered me to turn Aloysius Dawson, to make him my progeny.
I see. And how do you feel about this?
Aloysius Dawson is the richest man in England. He'll be a very useful resource for the club.
The real question here is, why has his lordship given you this task?
Do you think it's some sort of trap?
Do you really want to know what I think about this?
I do, yes.
To make an immortal of a soulless blackguard like Aloysius Dawson will only lead to a disaster for London. The man is already dead inside.
Should I refuse? Perhaps politely suggest that Lord Redgrave turn the man into a vampire himself.
Don't you dare, my dear. According to what I've recently discovered, his lordship could kill you for even broaching the subject.
Really? Why?
I've recently found proof that the Earl of Bristol is of lesser lineage and only capable of creating skulls.
Please tell me more about your recent investigation.
As long as you lower your voice.
Curtis, maybe the one that this club is worshipping should be dead and gone, but somehow is not, of what the old dialogue was. Maybe, it could be.
Are you sure your information about Redgrave is correct? He says he's the progeny of the great knight William Marshall, who lived some 9 centuries ago.
That's a lie. Lord Redgrave is unable to create anything but skulls, if the poor souls survive at all.
How can you be sure the information was correct?
I made the acquaintance of a most interesting informer while investigating your maker, from whom I learned the truth about Lord Redgrave.
Why so vindictive? You suddenly sound like you're angry.
Forgive me, Jonathan. I hate myself for it, but I feel such pride in my discovery. I'm afraid I just can't help it.
Which is?
He did serve William Marshall. And yes, the blood he covets as a token does truly belong to that legendary knight. But he was never his progeny. His lineage is not so noble.
What would you have me do about Dawson?
The man is dangerous. Did you know he plans to build a wall to separate the healthy rich from the sickly poor? Do not make him your progeny.
What would you do?
The man's dying already. Let the reaper harvest the rotten fruit that is his soul.
What would happen if I made Dawson an Ekon like myself?
You would add a powerful immortal into a suffering world. An immortal who already craves authority.
Maybe I could teach him control, like you taught me. Lead him down the right path.
Mr. Dawson spent his life searching for a way to cheat death. I'm sure he has spent decades dreaming of how he'd spend eternity as a tyrant.
Goodbye for now, Elizabeth.
Goodbye, my dear. Please, be careful.
It looks like vampires have to obey Mendel's laws when producing progeny. Powers pass from one generation to another. That's why Dawson wants me to sire him.
Women's right to vote is only the...
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening.
What do you know about Aloysius Dawson?
That man is a tyrant. The embodiment of greed and selfishness. All I despise about this country.
Goodbye, Charlotte.
She's been...
Good evening.
I won't...
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Well, I've discovered he's quite versed in occult knowledge. So I wrote him a letter asking him to finance my research about vampires. He never responded.
You need...
Goody.
Do you know anything about a man called Aloysius Dawson?
He used to be a big spender. One day, he sent 3 houseboys to buy all the baluka in my shop. For his brother's birthday, if I remember correctly.
I see. Anything else? Less gastronomic, perhaps?
I really can't say. The man is filthy rich. But you know that, of course.
Goodbye, Mr.
Rosie, women's suffrage, you vote, we eat her. No. Won't be doing that to this character. Code will shite, backstabbing, kniving, and manipulative. Just groovy, grey morals at best. Exactly. That's the way it goes, even in the world of vampires. That goes on.
I said crush them! Bloody leech! I hear it leaves you.
It's locked. I should find another way to get into the neighborhood.
Yeah, smash through the door because you're a vampire.
I think this passage could lead me close to Aloysius Dawson's mansion.
Your prey is mine! Gotcha! This is mine!
I cannot enter.
Give me your blood! No one can hide from Ascalon! For Ascalon!
I have this thirst for blood.
Show me your power, newborn! Ah! Ah! Die, newborn!
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Die, newborn! You shall learn to respect. Die, newborn!
Your blood is now mine. Die, newborn. No one can harm.
The violence of Volkods. Never let the size of a Volkod fool you. These massive bastards can be as quick as any leech, and can be put down the same way, by puncturing and pinning their rotten carcass to the ground before beheading them. Remember, it's all about preparation and exploiting your target's weaknesses. The problem, of course, is that Volkods have no weaknesses. They are strong, fast, sensible, and deadly. They are killing machines, with one simple goal, to put their huge claws around your neck. So if any of you lads are unlucky enough to ever face a Volkod, just remember this. Dodge and make it mad. Hurt it, taunt it, and make it lose its temper. Volkod's brains lose it when irritated enough. They stop thinking and start blindly attacking. This is your only chance to win by gaining tactical advantage against a stupid beast. Use it. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldridge, Crew and Leader.
I have this thirst for blood.
Hey Lucinda, good morning. It's going not too badly. We're in chapter 5 now. I had a stream end because the game crashed earlier after about probably 5 hours of streaming. But making good progress.
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Lucinda, sorry to hear about the game crashes. You know about those. Valhalla crashed for you yesterday while you're looking for a treasure hoard. You just ended the stream. Oh, yeah. That's, you know, like as much as you want to end a stream in your usual official way, sometimes it's just like, no. If the game's going to do that and you're just going to be in a position where you just don't, there's no point. This is like, whatever, you know. I definitely know what that's like. Oh, that sucks, Lucinda, that you pulled a muscle in your back rib. Ugh. I hope that that's the extent of what it is, and that it heals quickly.
Are you from Ascalon? You bastard! I don't care!
How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Let me go, you bastard! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here? Disgusting arsehole! Vampire slut, I'll never be your wife! Let me go, you bastard! How long are you gonna keep me locked in here?
Recent diary, 13th of October 1918. I've just arrived in London after a grueling journey from Manchester. The city is sad and despaired. It will not be difficult to find a woman willing to escape death here. I cannot wait to start my research. Soon I won't be a virgin anymore. 15th of October 1918. The cell is ready. All I must do now is to find the appropriate candidate and bring her in. She will be beautiful and gentle with a nice temper. I have already tested my persuasion ability on a few women and it worked, most of the time. But I don't want my future bride to be submissive. I will only use my power to bring her here. Then I'll tell her what I intend to do and I'll let her escape. This is important. I want my lady to willingly accept to become my wife for eternity. 17th of October 1918. I think I have found the perfect match. Her name is Louise. She is a waitress in a public house and she is quite charming. I love her attitude when serving drink in that bar, tough and proud. I'm sure she will accept my offer. Once she is mine, once the vampire blood will have achieved her metamorphosis, her face shall heal properly and her scars will disappear. Then she will be the perfect beauty I'm the only one to see right now. 18th of October 1918. I don't understand. Louise refuses my proposition. Why would she? I promised her I would never force her to anything. I may let her starve a little. Then she'll understand I'm her only option. Gee. Even vampires can be assholes. Who knew? Listen, I hope so too. Work will probably make it worse. You don't know, sometimes light movements help. That's the thing too, like, sometimes doing other kinds of, like, actions will actually help the muscle sort of, like, be massaged a bit. But then again, you just don't know sometimes too. Code, how long you're going to keep me here? Till hell freezes over, probably. And that's a very long time, Code, to have to wait. Very, very long time.
Are you all right, miss?
Who are you? What do you want from me?
My name is Jonathan Reid. I'm a doctor. What happened to you? Why are you here?
I'm Louise Teasdale. I was kidnapped a few weeks ago by a vampire. Don't laugh, please, sir. It's no joke.
I believe you, Miss Teasdale.
That monster told me my father was dead. That no one was waiting for me outside.
You're safe now. You don't have to worry about the vampire. You should just return home.
Thank you, sir. I hope we'll meet again soon, because I'd really like you to teach me how to get rid of these creatures.
Goodbye, Miss Teasdale. And be careful. Until we meet again.
This is where video game logic versus being a vampire does not mix well. We're a vampire. You're telling me we can't teleport up to that spot there simply because the video game is programmed so that we can't? Enters the shop, loots everything.
Good evening, Miss Price. I'm Dr. Reid. Do you remember me?
Dr. Reid? Yes, of course. You are the doctor who healed me and my mum. Good evening, Dr. Reid.
Good to see you too, Carol. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I did not hurt myself recently. I know how to take care of myself now. I'm almost a grown-up.
Why are you awake at night, Carol?
I am helping my mother in her shop. It's not easy, but I'm a grown-up now.
I'm sure your mother is grateful for your help.
I do the best I can. But I'm so clumsy sometimes. I drop things. I injure myself. It's a good thing my mother has the patience of an angel.
Why is work not easy? Is something or someone bothering you?
Oh no, most people are gentle with me. But I'm so nervous sometimes. I pay no attention and hurt myself. Good thing my mum learned first aid.
What can you tell me of the people living nearby?
I don't speak to many people, except our customers. It's not easy to make friends. And with the epidemic, it's even more difficult.
What can you tell me about the epidemic?
Some of our regular customers have left London. Some others only send their housemaids now. Everybody fears the contagion. I've even seen men with weapons.
Dr. Reid.
Have you no friends at all?
No. Mr. Nithercott used to pass by and was always nice to me.
Does he not come by anymore?
No. Mum said he was weird. Always reciting poetry about a girl he'd met in Whitechapel. I wonder who this camellia may be.
Do you enjoy working with your mother?
Oh yes, Doctor. My mother raised me alone after my father died. We've always lived together, and she has always watched over me.
Do you ever think about getting married, now you're a woman?
Oh no, Dr. Reid. Mum always says I'm still a child who has no idea how tough life can be. No husband would like a clumsy girl like me.
Do you remember your father?
No, I was just a baby then. My mother always told me how strong and good he was.
Have you ever met the famous Aloysius Dawson?
Yes, a very strange man, not very nice.
What do you mean?
He said he was ready to pay good money for rare books, and then laughed at what we showed him.
Goodbye, Carol.
Good morning. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Price. How are you tonight?
Dr. Reid, I didn't know you had returned from the war.
I had a new doctor when you left, but he's not as kind as you.
Always glad to see a former patient in good condition. It's been a long time.
Too long indeed. And as a token of my appreciation, I'll grant you the best price if you fancy buying anything from my humble shop.
What can you tell me about yourself, Miss Price?
I'm still managing my shop. The only difference is, since the quarantine, we're open at night. You, on the contrary, seem to have changed a lot.
Really? Have I changed that much? It must have been the war, and the night shifts since my return.
Don't get me wrong, Dr. Reid, you're still handsome. Just maybe a little bit wiser, more serious. It suits you well.
Tell me more about yourself. No new fiancé? I remember you were hoping to get remarried. I'm sure you must have a few suitors.
Who would marry an old bat like myself with a grown daughter and a little business? As you know, I only fancy handsome men like yourself.
Have you noticed anything in particular in this part of town recently?
Other than you coming back to cheer me up? Nothing at all, Dr. Reid.
Carol's gratitude is exemplary. She seems determined never to leave you.
I'm taking care of my daughter as well as I can. It's not always easy, but she's the best gift life gave me.
But she'll probably leave you someday to live her own life. Will that be difficult for you?
Why would she leave? Children sometimes stay with their parents until the end, for they know no one else will love them as much.
Does your daughter still worry you, Miss Price? I remember you were often concerned about her health when she was younger.
Have you not seen Carol since you returned? She's almost a young woman now, but she'll always remain my sweet little baby.
So you're less afraid?
Some things never change. Carol is still too clumsy for her own good. Sometimes her innocence puts her in real danger.
Why would her innocence put her in danger?
She does not realize how cruel life can be. Maybe I was a bad mother to protect her too much. My poor dear Carol.
You have every reason to be cautious, Miss Price. Especially in these difficult times.
Maybe you could talk with her, Dr. Reid. It would be nice to have a man here more often. We would both feel safer.
Do you know Aloysius Dawson?
Everybody knows him. He's only been to my shop once, though, looking for rare books and other intriguing antiques.
Did he buy something from you?
No, he left quickly. He almost laughed at my goods. Mr. Dawson may be a rich man, but you can't buy good manners.
But isn't Aloysius Dawson known for his philanthropy?
That was before his brother Robert died in an aeroplane crash. Since then, the remaining twin has turned into a heartless tycoon.
May I look at your goods, Miss Price?
It's always a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Reid. Take all the time you need. I hope you can stay a little longer this time.
Good morning.
Good evening, young lady.
My mother always prefers when people simply call me Carol.
Goodbye, Carol.
Dr. Reid, I'm sorry, I can't.
Good evening, sir. May I ask you what you're doing here at this late hour?
I'm conducting an investigation about the epidemic in this part of town.
And who are you, sir?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid from the Pembroke Hospital. May I ask who you are? And why all the questions?
I'm Detective Inspector Charles Albright from Scotland Yard. And I don't find your answers convincing. What is a Pembroke doctor doing in the West End at this time of night?
I work for the Ascalon Club. Here is my permit to go freely about the city.
The Ascalon Club? You should have said so, sir.
I can't believe
I must warn you, these streets are dangerous, and you'd better be careful.
Why are you investigating at night?
Criminals rarely act in daylight, you know. But since you are also a night worker, have you noticed anything strange, which requires police attention?
No, I've noticed nothing odd.
All right. But keep your eyes open, though.
What can you tell me about this district?
I'm the one asking questions, especially when there's a killer on the loose.
What killer?
I'm not going to discuss that with the civilians, sir.
Haven't I told you about the investigation I'm conducting? Perhaps I could help you.
All right, without giving you too much information, I'll tell you this. I'm convinced there's a homicidal maniac on the loose, using the epidemic to disguise his kills.
And what about the epidemic?
We both know the situation is critical, don't we, Doctor? Colleagues of mine die almost every day.
What are you really doing here?
I told you. I'm a detective inspector from Scotland Yard, investigating suspicious cases in the area.
Do you work alone?
Yes. The situation is difficult for the police. Many of us are sick, and since the summer strike, most men apply a work to rule on their patrols.
What about the situation in the East End? Why are there no police there to protect the civilians?
I know, it's a shame, but we just don't have enough men to cover the entire city.
What are you investigating, exactly?
I have a missing woman, possibly abducted a few nights ago. Louise Teasdale. It seems you already found my other missing person, Mr. Tadao Kimura.
Tell me about Louise Teasdale.
She's a waitress. Her father reported her missing. We don't have enough men to search for her, sadly.
Do you have any idea where she could be?
No. But I feel she's been abducted. She went to a pub a few nights ago and vanished. I thought about the sewers, but I'm not equipped for such an investigation.
Tell me all you know about that homicidal maniac you're looking for.
I'm not even sure there is only one. The wounds are always the same, but the modus operandi varies. Sometimes violent and brutal, sometimes precise and swift.
How could different killers inflict the same wounds?
That's my main problem. If my theory is correct, maybe we're facing a group of individuals sharing the same violent tendencies. Perhaps a sadist cult.
Do you know anything in particular about a man called Aloysius Dawson?
Who doesn't know the man? I think he intervened personally to put an end to the police strike of last August.
What else can you tell me about him?
Aloysius Dawson is exactly the kind of powerful and influential man who could commit murder and get away with it, with just one phone call.
Goodbye, Detective Inspector Albright.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reid. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Good evening, sir. I am Dr. Jonathan Reid. Do you need my help?
Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to tell me what the time is?
That's all you need to know.
Well, is it not important to know? As important as where you are? Or who you are?
I suppose you're right. And who are you then, sir?
I am Agamemnon Baker. Like my brother, I think we need to leave this city immediately. And my brother and I rarely agree on anything.
May I ask why you've not gone already, if you're so exasperated by this long wait?
I believe fear is holding us back. My brother would have said it's laziness, but it's just because he's prouder than I am.
May I ask what you're doing outside at this hour of night?
I don't know. You should ask my brother instead. It was his idea in the first place.
You must have your own ideas.
From what I have managed to understand, I guess we're supposed to wait here. Waiting for someone to come.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's the only place I've considered myself happy. Or at least that's what I believe. Unfortunately, it's time to leave.
Why is that?
Because I'm not feeling happy here anymore. Are you?
I still enjoy living in London, no matter how difficult it can be sometimes.
Then I am sincerely happy for you. True happiness in life seems to be the most difficult goal to reach these days.
What can you tell me about your brother?
He's older than me, I think. But the important thing is that I really hope I'll die before him. Grief would just kill me, you know?
Is that all?
Pericles is very attached to this city, and without my insistence, he would never leave this place. We don't often agree on anything, you see?
Who are you waiting for, exactly?
The more I think about it, the more I believe it's not exactly a person we are waiting for.
But what else could it be, then?
I don't know. A feeling? An event? An impulse? How can I tell? Something that would allow us to leave this trap.
I'm afraid I'm not following you. What kind of trap are you talking about?
Have you ever felt like life trapped you in a role that does not fit you? That you're not in your place? That sort of trap.
Trap? And you think leaving London will free you?
At least it will give us the chance to be free. That's more than our present situation. Hope, Doctor. Hope is what truly drives mankind.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
You should ask that question to my brother instead. Personally, I've not seen Aloysius for many years.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Baker. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reid. Can I be of assistance?
Dr. Reid? Dr. Reid?
Is there anything wrong?
No, it's just... your name sounds familiar. And your face. Have we met before?
I think I would remember. So I suppose the answer is no.
That's odd. I'm certain I've already heard of you. My name is Pericles Baker. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not, sir. But it's a pleasure to meet you anyway.
The pleasure is mine, I guess. I only wish I could remember when it was that we met.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Baker. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?
We are waiting. Waiting for someone.
And why are you waiting for this person?
Because we need to leave this city. As soon as possible.
Why do you want to leave the city?
I'm not really sure.
Can you tell me anything about this district?
As you like asking questions so much, would you allow me to ask you one first?
Please. Be my guest.
Do you like this city?
I know we are not living in the most peaceful of times, but I have learned to appreciate London's complexity.
Yes, me too. This city tests us. It invites us to find ourselves, to discover our true nature, scattered throughout its dark streets.
But what if we don't like what we find?
Do we ever know who we are? I wonder sometimes. Or maybe it is the journey to find out who we are that changes us.
Lucinda, Pericles, wrong era. Wrong era and wrong part of the world as well. But yeah, imagine being named Pericles. It'd be like if you named your child Persephone or Aphrodite, or called them Odin, or...
And what do you do, sir? For a living, that is.
I stopped working when I decided to leave. When I realized what I wanted. Wanted something this city can't provide.
Tell me more about why you want to leave London, then.
I just don't belong here anymore. I had to convince my brother to leave London because I know we need to find another life out of the city.
But what were you doing before you took this decision?
Does it really matter anymore? Considering the past seems so pointless to me. I have lived in this city all my life. And now I think it's over.
Pericles, tell me why your brother disagrees with your presence here.
Agamemnon is naive sometimes. Although don't consider him a fool, sir. He is often more lucid than me.
What can you tell me about your brother?
If you are searching for a pleasant chat, you should speak with him instead of wasting your time with me. He has always been the more gentle of us.
That's it? That's all you can tell me about him?
For the time being, true kindness is the most valuable quality, my good sir.
At least you both have the same difficulty explaining what you're doing, and for what reason.
But is that not a common problem for all mortals?
Who are you waiting for? I'm sure he has a name.
I really can't answer that question, since I don't know that person.
And why is that?
This person is mostly my brother's acquaintance. I don't even know his real name. Only that this man could help us leave this city once and for all.
But why would you need this person's help to leave London anyway?
Well, I thought we should have left this cursed place already, but my brother convinced me to stay a while longer, and here we are.
What can you tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
I've heard this is a man who has searched for his place in the world for a long time. I hope he found it.
Goodbye, Mr. Baker.
Hello again, Dr. Reid.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Baker.
Unknown. I was like, what's that on the ground there? It's unknown.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
It's like on the rat.
I have this thirst for blood.
It's so funny. Playing a game with music by the same composer as the Plague Tale games, and both games having rats. Except in a Plague Tale's case, you don't eat the rats. You can't get blood from them. I really like this game, the music's really cool. It's got a great soundtrack. Don't mind me, sir. Just looting some stuff. Not much to loot, though.
A red river, a song.
The crime of lost knowledge. Vampires are dangerous, deadly, vicious sometimes. This is a fact and I won't deny it. And that's precisely why we must understand what they are, sometimes who they are, in order to achieve a better mutual understanding. Do you remember the interview with Titus Flavius Josephus, conducted by one of us in 1548, when he finally encountered the creature in Spain? Yeah, I do remember that, quite vividly. Do you remember how each of the very carefully chosen words expressed by this vampire warmed our heart each time we read them, for they were all extraordinary windows to a past of which we only have glimpses? Well, of course, I always remember that. My heart is always warmed by those choices, those words, when we read them. Well, Titus Flavius Josephus is no more, since the Vatican's hunters destroyed him a few weeks ago. No! Say it ain't so! And with him vanishes unearthed treasures of knowledge about the pillars of our civilization. This is a crime probably as heartbreaking as the killing of an innocent life by a vampire. This is exactly why the path of the Guard of Priwen is as criminal as it is barren, for each time they successfully conduct one of their methodical hunts on the old vampires of England, instead of carefully and respectfully approaching them, they destroy a part of our common roots with the immortals, They wipe an opportunity. The concept of great hunt is a crime, for it blindly kills words and thoughts. From Drinking at the Fountain of Knowledge by Usher Talltree, Primate of St. Paul.
In the dark, the whispers of a sun. So many signs to interpret.
Oh, this Usher dude. Read a few of his stuff in this game. No, it wasn't that. No. No. Ah, yeah. Usher Talltree. We've read quite a few documents of his. And here we are, meeting him now.
Jonathan Reid. At last we meet. The cards warned me you would visit tonight.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do I know you?
Of course you do. Our mutual friend, Dr. Swansea, can't speak highly enough of you. My name is Usher. Usher Talltree.
You are the leader of the Brotherhood, are you not?
Primate of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole, to be precise. I'm really glad we met tonight. I love it when the cards tell me a truth.
The cards told you to expect me.
Yes, they tell me everything. They told me that you struggle hard not to take too many lives.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood?
I really don't know. I don't often go outside. And when I do, it's usually to quite distant destinations.
So you see nothing in the stars for me? You're a poor fortune teller, then?
Oh, I can tell you many things. But they will only concern you, not the city. For example, I know that you offered your sister the final rest she asked for.
Do the cards speak of my Mary?
No. It's the burning aura of guilt that precedes you everywhere you go.
Read my fortune.
You have been chosen, Jonathan. I see on you the mark of a strong being, so powerful it needn't even reveal its strength.
Tell me about yourself. What do you do here, besides turning cards in the middle of the night?
I'm for most a charlatan. For a few, I'm a vampire. And for you, I'm the Primate of St. Paul's Stole.
For how long have you been a primate?
It was 15 years last year.
What do you make of Dr. Swansea?
Edgar is a brilliant and dedicated man. A man of his time, sometimes a little muddled, but always looking for new paths and new concepts.
Some believe you to be a vampire. Who?
The Guard of Priwen, who else? For a time, they sent spies to observe my activities, and they even broke into my home to gather proof.
Did they steal anything from you?
A personal notebook they quickly took to their headquarters. All they had to do is to look at me. I'm aging. What better and definite proof that I'm not an immortal?
Do you want your notebook back?
If you ever find it, I'd be glad to have it back, of course. I do ask one thing, though. Do not read it, Jonathan. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, even to immortals.
Can you read the cards for me?
Are you sure you want to know what they will reveal?
Yes, I am.
It will cost you 150 shillings.
Here is the money.
The snake. A bitter woman, smiling as she pours poison in your cup. A shaming betrayal. Hate.
Can you read the cards for me?
Put the money on the table then, Jonathan, and open your mind.
Open your mind. Open your mind.
Here is the money.
The Joker. A woman bent to obey and debase herself. A cruel gaze in the dark. A monster laughing at you.
Can you read the cards for me?
Put the money on the table.
Open your mind.
Here is the money.
The hunter. A good heart in disguise. A liar willing to help for real. An armed man unable to strike.
It's cool how some of these have revealed hints for certain characters.
Is there anything you could tell me about Aloysius Dawson?
Aloysius Dawson. Yes, of course. We met on several occasions. With time, he got deeper and deeper into the occult.
He's not the only one. It's been quite the fashion for several decades. The Golden Dawn, for instance, is just one example.
True. Aloysius was a member of the Golden Dawn until 1900. Then his thirst for dark knowledge grew. I'm talking forbidden texts, readings which blackened his heart.
May I ask you about the Brotherhood?
Of course. But I must warn you that there are some subjects we consider taboo, in spite of our fondness and acceptance of your kind.
I know there is no love lost between the Guard of Priwen and the Brotherhood. What caused this rift?
It was 1801. The Brotherhood was stronger then, a strength that made them hungry for ever greater power. An argument divided them, and the wound never healed.
What was the nature of the disagreement?
The problem was that both sides considered themselves the legitimate heirs of the original Brotherhood. We divide up the books, the relics, not always fairly or with consideration.
Who founded the Brotherhood?
That's precisely the kind of question I cannot answer. It is delicate, and may reveal some of our secret traditions.
So you're not just a club of academics and scholars?
Once upon a time, very long ago, the Brotherhood did more than simply study the vampires. They took actions to eliminate the more ferocious and corrupted.
How did you learn about Mary? And spare me the hocus-pocus parlor tricks. The truth, now!
Swansea told me. Don't look at me like that. His task is to observe and gather information about vampires. He had to tell me about Mary.
She was no longer the sister I knew. She had changed. Hateful and bitter. She was determined to destroy our entire family.
She returned as a force of evil, Jonathan. In putting an end to her misery, you also protected many innocent souls.
How do you measure the amount of blood on my hands?
I told you. The cards always tell the truth. Well, most of the time.
Is it possible to tell me my future?
A vampire's fate is much more delicate to read, Doctor. But I can try.
All right. Let me hear it.
The walls of your prison have already been raised, Jonathan. But you will freely accept to be locked inside, full of hope for a better day.
Goodbye, sir. Until we meet again.
I rarely wander. Yet it amuses me to converse with your kind. The Fool and the Empress. Again. What are the cards trying to tell us?
Right, what do these give us? Oh yeah, stamina serum. And a regeneration serum. Strong regeneration serum. Nice. Here we go, this is someone else that we've embraced. Clay Cox, 30 years old, male, a low life with no consideration for other human beings, save perhaps his wife Edwina. He was the leader of the Wet Boot Boys, one of the toughest gangs of the East End docks. The gang-imposed rules were only meant for outsiders, and Mr. Cox himself owned a large section of the black market that now plagues the district. As tough as he was selfish, Mr. Cox seemed to consider all human beings as prey, enemies or tools. He considered Edwina to be his female counterpart. She was the only woman he ever respected, maybe because she was the only one who ever dared to oppose him. She was absent from his last thoughts, though, as Mr. Cox was too busy cursing the world as I killed him. We got 1,000 XP from him. Sheila, there's never enough blood in this city. Never. Needs way more. So far in this game, we've embraced 1, 2, and 3 people. We're only mesmerized level 4, but I really want to kill this character to get 5,000 XP.
Dr. Reid, still conducting your nocturnal survey?
Goodbye, Detective Inspector Albright.
Goodbye, Dr. Jonathan Reid.
This is my territory!
There has been a fight here. I can see a blood trail. Left by one of the antagonists, perhaps?
Pinned letter. Louise, I'm sorry for what happened. Please come back. The city is too dangerous for you to be outside at night. It won't happen again, I swear. If you don't want to speak to me anymore, at least let me know that you're fine. Dad.
Maybe there's a way to break into this house.
You're feeble! You cannot win this! Don't you know?
Trying to find this friggin' mansion. This is fucking ridiculous. Going around in circles. Sometimes you gotta go 10,000 miles in the wrong direction just to get to the section that you need to be at to get to the right path. Doesn't help that when you get close, the icon where it is, it keeps on changing position on the actual screen, making you go around and round and round and round and round in circles. That sewer will just lead me to go all the way back to where I was before. How this looks now is how it feels for me sometimes in games, trying to fucking make my way to a spot. Exactly, Lucinda. Exactly. It's just... like... okay. If this is the dude's mansion... then from which side do I need to tackle it? Casper, just before the final quest, you get the ability to fly and bypass all those walls. Yeah, imagine if the game was that cheap to do that to you. Alright, so... see, now we're away from where we need to be. Bloody ridiculous. Like, for fuck's sake. What, now we can't step up that? Almighty Vampyr can't take a little tiny step up this because we have to go up this thing. This is where we need to be. Literally right there. See how ridiculous this is? Having to fucking turn and then check, turn then check, turn then check to make sure you're actually facing the right fucking direction. YouTube time. Fuck this game.
hope you can stay a little longer.
Oh my god, I just realized that you can run, like sprint, when you're not in when you're in areas where you're supposed to pretend to be human. So many hours into the game and I just realized that. Well, I mean, you can do it anytime. Apparently this is where we needed to go. So, where I need to be is definitely where they've marked it, isn't it? That's the objective marker. The red Y. Listen, oh my god, that was like you finding out you can sprint in Dayman 98 at the final boss section and only by watching a video. Yeah, like I don't remember the game giving me the heads up about that. Then it's like, well, the dash is useless then for traversing fast. That's why I was doing that the whole time.
Dawson's mansion. Here I am at last. But the question remains. Am I ready to make a dying man my progeny?
Newspaper article. Execution of John Francis Sparrow. John Francis Sparrow, 21, has been hung this morning in the prison of Pentonville. Mr. Sparrow was sentenced to death after being found guilty of the murder of his sister Alexandra Sparrow. Until the end, the man claimed he was innocent. No formal proof of his presence at the crime scene was ever brought to the court, but he has been sentenced to death and executed anyway. Scotland Yard refused to reopen the case despite the many holes in the chains of events.
which ended with the death of Miss Sparrow. Charles Albright, who conducted the inquiry for Scotland Yard, refused to answer any of our questions, but 3 weeks ago he was demoted without any official explanation. What a strange way to reward an efficient inquiry. Clayton Darby. Hey there, Spectrum. How's it going?
Reduced in rank for falsely accusing a man of murder. I wonder what Inspector Albright thinks about his punishment.
Doing well, Spectrum? Excellent. That's good to hear. I'm doing well myself. Things are going good. Just spent a long time trying to find a location that was marked on the map as the objective, but that's not actually where you had to go. You had to go somewhere so far away from where they marked the objective that it's not funny. The objective marker was here, but I had to go here.
It's locked.
Loot first, talk later has been my approach with this game and looting stuff.
Finally you're here, Dr. Reid. What took you so long?
I had to pass several of your barricades and outposts to access your mansion, sir.
Death, pestilence surround us, and time is against me.
I see you've gathered some of the most expensive, albeit experimental, blood transfusion equipment available. All this could be so useful in a hospital.
Yes, yes. Since Lord Redgrave sent me a doctor to perform my conversion, I thought you might find some of these devices useful.
Most thoughtful. But tonight I'm not here as a physician.
But I feel reassured that a specialist such as yourself would help me to escape the Reaper.
Very well. But before I proceed, I have a few questions for you.
If you must, but be quick, for I don't have much time left in this life.
First of all, I need to be sure that you know exactly what is going to happen to you, sir.
I can assure you I'm as informed as any man can be. I have planned for this moment, Dr. Reid. Planned very carefully.
Sir, I'm going to end your life. Do you not wish to discuss the procedure for even a minute?
I don't have a minute to indulge in idle chatter. I can't feel my legs, and the cold, so cold.
I will become your maker. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I certainly won't consider you my liege, or some such drivel. You can be assured of that.
You'll need to feed on warm blood. Blood from mortals. How do you feel about that?
I'm rich, Dr. Reid, and powerful. I'm sure I'll be able to acquire all the blood I need without ever having to sully my own hands.
What do you know about the Guard of Priwen?
What I do know is that I'll crush anyone or anything that would dare to oppose me.
Let's move on, then.
Please, I'm cold and tired. I feel my life waning with every moment.
But first, before you embrace immortality, what would you do with such a gift?
That's a rather impertinent question, Dr. Reid, and I will do as I please.
Answer me all the same. What will your first action be as an immortal?
To save London. I will finance the most efficient quarantine ever seen. I will build a wall that will separate the sick boroughs from the healthy ones.
Who gave you the right to decide the fate of thousands of people?
My money. My money and my pending immortality gives me the needed authority, Doctor. I'm a businessman. I'm used to tough decisions.
You really plan to build a quarantine wall across London?
Yes, it will be tall and strong, separating the wheat from the chaff.
Let me guess. You mean to isolate the rich from the poor?
This is a desperate measure for desperate times. England must prevail, Doctor, no matter the cost.
By doing so, you will also create 2 separate prisons.
Come, sir. An eminent doctor like yourself knows that such radical measures have proved efficient in the past.
Quarantine is not a bad idea, medically speaking. But I'm convinced this epidemic will not be contained by mere walls.
As long as the right people are on the right side of the wall, that's all that matters.
What if a new outbreak happens inside your walls? You'll have created a giant trap.
That won't happen, as long as we dispose of anyone that is contaminated as soon as they are spotted.
Indeed, Casper. Indeed it does.
But you can't guarantee infection will not spread. Just one contagious carrier would be enough to create an apocalypse.
The apocalypse is already knocking at the gate. We must be strong now.
I've heard enough. It's time to proceed.
At last. All right, do what you have to do. If it hurts, so be it. I've been preparing such a long time for this.
Yes, I bet you have.
You don't deserve immortality, Mr. Dawson.
What? What are you prattling on about?
I don't believe I've ever met a man so bereft of empathy. You, sir, are despicable.
No! Wait! You can't! I made a deal with Lord Redgrave. I'll finance whatever he wants. Please, just ask him.
Sleep now. Rest now. Forever.
I would have lived forever. Who are you to decide my fate? Who gave you the authority?
So, how many people thought I was actually going to turn him into a vampire? And not just kill him. Casper, that XP bonus was delicious. It sure was. 2000 XP. Hey, Ginger Perks, thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in. How's everyone doing? Hope you had a great stream of Lies of P. Hey, yeah, this game, I've had some ups and downs with it. I've had some frustrating aspects and moments, but not enough to make me write this game off as terrible or not replayable. I definitely want to replay this game in the future. I can see a lot of potential for different kind of challenge playthroughs, different, only use this kind of thing, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, such a good game. You love the Victorian vibes. Me too. Me too. I really like stuff set in that era. It's why I like things like Assassin's Creed Syndicate and, you know, movies about, you know, Jack the Ripper and A Christmas Carol, you know, those sorts of things. He is a cool character, yeah. Yeah, he's really cool. He had some frustrating moments too, but you managed to save everyone somehow. You'll love it. You wish there were more games set in that era. You love period piece movies and TV shows like Downton Abbey, lol. I never actually saw that. There's certain styles of stuff, like if it's it really depends, because I've seen some shows that I wouldn't have watched on my own, but if I'm visiting someone's place and they're watching it, then I might still watch it, you know, and that. But yeah, never seen Downton Abbey before. We just made a decision with this dude, and that now brings the amount of people that I've actually embraced to 4. So I embraced Dyson Delaney, Clay Cox, Darius Petrescu, and now Aloysius Dawson as well. Third key. We've had first and second key, yes, but what about third key? There we go, we've got second key. Wonder what goodies we'll get from those samples. So I'm hoping to get some more cures for things, because so far I haven't gotten the cure for headache or migraines as yet. Oh. That's okay, Ginger. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you again for the raid, and I really hope that you have a great rest as well, and that you have a good day tomorrow. For those who didn't come in with the raid, would like to highly recommend people check out Ginger Perks' channel. He's doing a playthrough of a couple of games at the moment. Doing a playthrough of Lies of P. Also doing a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. He's a big fan of RPGs, but is also a big fan of horror games as well. Games like this one, Vampyr, as well as a lot of games along the lines of Phantasmagoria, first-person horror games, the Resident Evil games, and a whole lot more. A great streamer with a great channel and community, and very funny as well. You also have a great time. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk as well. There it is, it was under my nose. The first key, second key, third key. How many keys does this guy have? I don't think Redgrave is going to be very happy about our decision, but whatever. Choice has already been made.
Is it done, Dr. Reid? Is Aloysius Dawson reborn as expected?
Alas, Aloysius Dawson was not brought back to life after his death. The man is gone.
What? What happened?
He didn't survive the procedure. He was too weak.
This is unacceptable, nevertheless. You were given the simplest task.
Well, get rid of me then.
From now on, you're an outcast. Banished. You are forbidden to ever appear in front of us again. Ascalon will smite you on sight, and your heart will be thrown to the rats.
I'll leave you then. Have fun with your puppets and shadow plays, Lord Redgrave.
Yes, go, traitor, and take that awful creature, that counterfeit of a woman I saw waiting for you, and be gone!
Step away, traitor. Return to your dubious friends and your decrepit hospital. Do not dare show yourself again, you or that monstrosity you bring to my door.
So even if we were telling the truth, the reaction would probably be the same, based on our decision to just kill him.
Step away, traitor. Return to your dubious friends and your decrepit...
Before I do though, let's double check to make sure I've looted everything. Blah 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 blah.
We meet again at the strangest of times, young Ekon. So do you serve the Earl of Bristol now?
Old Bridget. What are you doing here?
Your friend, the wise Ekon. She sent me to warn you.
Did anyone see you? It's a long way from the dock sewers, and hunters are patrolling the streets here.
Who said I took the streets? How do you think I survived for centuries in this city without ever being seen? I know all her secrets.
How did you meet Lady Ashbury?
She came to us in the sewers in search of answers. Just as you did.
What kind of answers did you give her?
I knew nothing of your maker, but we talked. We talked a lot. Her words and ideas are captivating. It is no surprise that you like her. I like her too.
Welcome back from the hike, Senny. That's awesome. I hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Lady Ashbury in the sewers? Now that's a sight I wish I'd seen.
She said she was your friend, and that she sought the identity of your maker. So I answered her questions.
Lady Ashbury? You know her? Tell me what's going on.
The lady approached me but a few nights ago, wanting to meet the sewer skulls. Once she questioned Harriet Jones. She agreed to help us.
Harriet Jones is still with you then? How is she doing?
Harriet remains angry, but is recovering slowly. Her mind is twisted, but at least her body is healing.
Tell me what is going on.
The lady asked us to keep an eye on your mortal doctor friend while you were away. We spotted the hunters. They were discussing plans to attack tonight.
Kruger, the good thing with bad weather is you can still go for a nice walk in the mountains. Absolutely, dude. It's good that you're still able to take advantage of that. Instead of just, not being able to. It's definitely good. Yeah, it's going pretty well now. We just made a major decision. There's certain points where you have to make a major decision about something. So we made a decision. Someone wasn't happy about it. But yeah, it's going well. We're still in chapter 5.
Wait, slow down. I need to ask you something.
I'm listening, but I do not have time to waste, so be quick.
Why do I feel like Lord Redgrave was particularly irritated to see you? Far more so than the average Skull, if I may say.
Because I used to know him quite well. And he is afraid I may remember who he really is.
You're Elizabeth's informant. You're the one who told her about Lord Redgrave's lies regarding his lineage.
Yes, but my words were not meant to hurt or threaten. I simply told the story of the sewer skulls, and of so many other forgotten children.
That's right, Senny, yeah. Yeah, it was only in chapter 4. The game crashed, and so I had to start another stream. And I'd streamed enough in that previous session to do a new part number and title for the stream.
Where is Lady Ashbury right now?
She said she will go home. She needed to speak with some old friends first, though. Do not worry, young Ekon. She is no fool, and just as strong as you.
How did Elizabeth find you?
She presented herself humbly at our gate, and asked if we knew of any ancestral vampires hiding in London. She asked about Ascalon. She asked about many things.
What do you think of her?
Her soul is good, yet tainted with a deep sadness, and the scars of ancient wounds. Time does that to us immortals, for we have so much to dwell upon.
Crooked, that's good. Better than have it happen close to the start or end of the stream. It really is. It really helps for having those parts feel like a part, you know, not just a little tiny addition. And also having to download both VODs, edit them together, spend the time to export it, then spend the time to upload it. It's like, if I can, I may as well just let it lie as one part, no matter how it ended, and then just continue on with the next part.
Why did she come to you?
I am old Bridget, the buried memory of the city. She sought the silent truths. Truths I have kept hidden for so long.
No time to lose, then. I must go there right away.
I shall return to my den. Have you a message for the lady? Should I see her before you?
Yes. Tell her I love her.
Is this still unknown to her? Go now and take care, young Ekon, for the flames are rising. You better go now to the Pembroke Hospital.
Something else I found out, Crooked, is that I've been doing this to go fast through things. You can actually hold down a sprint button. All these hours of playing the game, I didn't know that you could do this. It uses stamina, but... it's an even quicker way to get through stuff. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh yes, of course. Of course that is something that I would find out in the late game. Better late than never, am I right? Exactly. Much better late than never.
Are you from Ascalon? I don't care!
Nah, that ain't me. I'm from Buffalo.
Over there! There's one of them!
Women's right to vote is only...
Good evening, Miss Ashbury.
And good evening.
Goodbye.
She's been...
that made it look like he was just running on the spot, and side to side at the same time. Lucinda, well, Rod, you have to run to the store to get Necro some more OJ and a prescription. You'll be lurking, and we'll be back soon if you're still on. There's no worries, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know when I'll end the stream. I guess it depends on how much time it is for this chapter, but if I'm not streaming still when you get back, I hope everything goes well, and I really hope Necro feels 100% better real soon as well. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Muchly appreciated. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Is doing a couple of playthroughs at the moment. At the moment, the primary game is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We'll also be doing Assassin's Creed Mirage as well. And in the future, we'll be doing Red Dead Redemption 2. Her secondary game is Dishonored, playing through the Dishonored trilogy. And she alternates week to week between both the primary and secondary game. Also a fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as Last of Us and Evil Within, as well as Dying Light. A great streamer with a great channel, so highly recommend if you haven't checked out Lucinda's channel before. That's okay for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Always happy to give you one.
Best run along one side. Away with you!
What is this truck?
There's one of those vermin.
Are the vampire hunters here already?
Have faith, brothers! Get your weapons ready! We found one!
Those bastards. What have they done to Edgar? Looks like he's wounded. I better follow the blood.
Ultraviolet curtains and orichalcum powder. Dr. Swansea's always been a resourceful bastard. I bet he never told you he had this installed in case of a vampire attack. Says a lot about how much he trusts you.
What have you done with Edgar?
Don't worry. We don't kill humans. Even if your friend is deserving of a little punishment for what.
What are you talking about?
We know everything. Swansea and you created this bloody epidemic. You aim to unleash another disaster, just like William Marshall did.
No, I'm trying to put an end to it, just like you are.
You're his progeny, aren't you? Where is the monster hiding? It's still in England, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeffrey, please listen to me.
No tricks. That shit won't work on me. We've found proof in the theater. Doris Fletcher was your first experiment. Now where is Marshall? Speak! So much for modern technology. Time for the tried and true. Do you know what this is, Beast? This is a drop of King Arthur's blood. The blood of a true defender of Britain. Stronger than your evil powers.
This is ridiculous. We're losing precious time.
True enough. Soon I'll bring your head before your coward of a father. Come on, Reid. Try something else.
Jeez. That takes a lot of hits.
Show some style. Fight like a man. If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much? What pin you down? Freewind prevails!
You're a vampire. Yeah, bite me.
Hey, Zareth. Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression.
Your poisonous bite is useless on me. Come on, Reid. Try something else.
Casper, you didn't know Anthony Howell also voices a character in Elden Ring. Yeah, I never played that game myself, but I remember seeing that in his IMDb.
Show some style. Fight like a man. Freewind prevails! you down! Poisonous bite is useless on me. Show some style. The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. Freewind prevails! Come on, close your eyes! This is gonna hurt. We'll pin you down!
Hey Zerul, welcome on in. Things are going pretty good. How's things going with you?
Your poisonous bite is useless on me. If you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much? Show some style. Fight like a man. I know! It hurts, doesn't it? Come on, Reid. Try something else. Your poisonous bite is useless on me. But if you're so innocent, why does simple light burn you so much?
Hey there, Grail. How's it going? Welcome on in. I'm going pretty good, Grail. Things are going well.
Show some style. Fight like a man. Freewind prevails! Your poisonous bite is useless on me.
You know what's fucked? It doesn't give you back the health serums you've used before the boss fight starts, even though we had them before the boss fight starts. I had like full capacity. I think that's bullshit for a game to do that.
Come on, Reid. Try something else. I know. It hurts, doesn't it? Show some style.
This is chapter 5, the second last quest in chapter 5.
Freewind prevails! True light will cleanse you! Your poisonous bite is useless on me. I'll pin you down! I know! It hurts, doesn't it? Come on, Reid. Try something else. Show some style. Fight like a man. Freewind prevails! Your poisonous bite is useless on me. The blood of a true defender of this land will protect me. Close your eyes! This is gonna hurt. I'll pin you down! so innocent, why does simple light burn you? True light will cleanse you. Close your eyes. This is gonna hurt. True light will cleanse you. Close your eyes. This is gonna hurt. If you're so innocent, why does simple... We are the guardian of justice. Priwen shall prevail.
You can't accept the fact we're not enemies, can you?
We always have been, and we always will be. Of all the evils that threaten mankind, your kind are the worst.
Casper, now make him a vampire. GG. Thanks for the GGs.
I was only reborn for a few minutes before you and your men hunted me down like a beast.
You were only reborn for a few minutes, and you'd already taken the life of an innocent woman.
There is no way you'll ever let me be, McCullum. You'll always hunt me down, won't you?
There is no escape, Leech. Kill me now, for there is no way you can sway me to your ideals.
That's where you're mistaken.
What do you mean?
I'll spare you, McCullum. I'll offer you the mercy you never offered me.
What is this ruse?
This is no ruse, McCullum. This is me letting you go. After all, you and I are both trying to save this poor country, in our own way.
I'll kill you, Reid. Next time we meet, I'll end you.
See? Progress already. You called me by my name. Until the next time. Goodbye, Hunter.
Thanks for the GG, Schiller. Kill him. I thought I'd go against the expectation. I'm sure some thought I was going to turn him into a vampire. Thank you for the GG's, Grail. Once he started doing that attack where he rushed every time, and I knew that doing the stun attack would mess him up, that fight became a bit easier. I finally reached a point where I don't have enough of something to craft a lot of stuff. So what does that need? Needs watery, sturdy blood sample. So I've got the treatments for these, but not the actual recipe to be able to craft more. Casper would have been more funny. A vampire hunter? Oh yeah. Murder of Aloysius Dawson. Terrible news for London. The death of Aloysius Dawson, head of the Dawson Empire, occurred last night at around 4 a.m. One of his manor's chambermaids found him in his bed this morning, bathed in his own blood. She immediately reported the incident to the police. A number of Mr. Dawson's household staff are currently being interviewed, but a clear culprit is yet to be identified. Born in the city, Mr. Dawson had been a benevolent patron of London and a faithful member of the Catholic Church for many years. He wore many hats: tradesman, employer, father, and brother. The lucky few who knew him personally, myself included, knew that he was much more. He was a man of vision. He saw a glistening future for our crime-ridden capital. He saw the ways through which our families and friends could be protected from the dangers outside. He saw how he, himself, as a man of wealth and influence, could use his fortune to the benefit of the people. Mr. Dawson had planned to turn the city into a fortress where the virtuous could live in peace. Sadly, this idea attracted the jealousy of others, and they did not let him live long enough to enjoy the fruit of his dedication. Mr. Dawson leaves a daughter and many admirers to mourn his loss. SLA. Aloysius Charles Ebenezer Dawson, 71 years old, male. An intricate mind and a disowned body, Aloysius had an older twin brother who helped him grow the company Dawson & Dawson, the most renowned and profitable firm in the ever-expanding Dawson Empire. The brothers were inseparable and disturbingly complementary. Aloysius was calculating and diplomatic, while his twin was a risk-taker and knew how to torment people until they submitted. It was his love of danger that was his downfall, as the older twin died in a horrendous plane crash that stunned London society. Following the accident, Aloysius shut himself off from the world, There he cultivated his fear and fascination of all things supernatural, which became so severe he planned to build an actual wall around his neighborhood. He joined all possible occult circles and societies. He was even an active member of the infamous Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn until 1910, and was a personal acquaintance of Aleister Crowley. As he grew older, he focused his resources on investigating any method that might prolong his life. Vanguard science and the dark arts, heroin decoctions, experimental drugs, cupboard mirrors, and tales of men who burned in direct sunlight. The Ascalon Club selected him as their new vampire recruit, and Aloysius knew full well what membership would entitle him to end his life or to allow some form of continuation. My choice was not easy. Or was it? We got 2,000 from this soul. Your soul is mine.
Capable of. It is now or never.
Oh, hell yeah, I've got Mesmerized Power Level 5. Well, this will come in handy. Because that priest character, he's Mesmerized level 5, and he's worth 5,000 XP.
Domain, young Icon!
Good evening. How do you feel?
I don't...
You should recover quickly.
Thank you.
How is the sanitary situation evolving in Whitechapel these days?
My only relief is that my Matthew died before seeing the madness that approaches.
Goodbye.
Code well enough, Witcher 3 for today. Have done side content on Blood and Wine and most are cleared. Begin at 34 level, now 44 level. That's a big jump, especially with the way that leveling up paces itself in that game. That's really well done, Code.
As long as you have the money.
You look... Well... Goodbye, Mid. Since I... In fact... Goodbye.
My mama always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Thanks for redeeming that from Forrest Gump. Could you imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger as Forrest Gump? And I just ran. I kept on running. I got shot in the buttocks. I got shot in the buttocks. Code, you do fear you'll be hitting level 55 with this speed at the end of the add-on. Most likely it seems like you would, given the progression that you did. Still can't access that area, but that's not what I'm looking for. I wish you could mark the people on the map, because you can't go into this and then mark where the person is. That would make things a hell of a lot easier.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the swan.
Yeah, Grail, could you imagine Arnie as Forrest Gump? Casper, you sure Arnold was the first choice for the role, but he turned it down? Yeah. You could actually, Grail? Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Could imagine the scene with Arnie being Forrest Gump while channeling the Rocky one and yelling, Jenny! 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 You could probably, I don't know how it would match lengthwise, but in the movie Commando, Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter is named Jenny. You could take that soundbite from that movie and then put it over the top of the actual dialogue from Forrest Gump when he says Jenny. Jenny. Code, that scene alone would have won Oscar. Well, it would have done, without a doubt. Which part of Whitechapel was the other thing in? I can't remember now. Oh. Maybe it was over this way. Here we go. Alright, this priest, he's 5,000 XP worth, and we now match his mesmerized level.
Good evening, Mr.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. Please forgive me, my lord, for my eyes were blind to the devil in front of me. My task will remain unachieved.
The district will soon suffer the consequences of your actions. Dom.
you from Ascalon? Adam! Your man! Get their weapons ready! Shit! You'll pay for that!
Cool, we can max out our stamina and health.